Good day and good evening, and welcome to Extreme Farm Stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're starting with Emerald Weapon. Going to be farming that for, well, either until time's up and we end the stream, or everyone that happens to be in the party gets a mount. Now, I just want to quickly mention the war with the frame drops is not over. I spent like 20 minutes like connecting and reconnecting, and ultimately looks okay. There was like 5 minutes ago there was a complete connection drop for a second or two, but that could have been something else. But I'm not joking when I say that simply reconnecting and connecting could swap me between dropping an eighth of the stream and dropping 50% of the stream. Don't know what to tell you. I've tried connecting to a different source, or rather a different endpoint, with the help of my brother, who has his own private server, and there were no issues there. So, yeah, I don't know. Don't know what to tell you. Very exhausting. Anyway, hey Zelly, hey Soldier something, hey Ceres, hey Giraheen, hey Aradel, hey Gaza Dragoon, hey Rust, and hey Tristan. Hope you're all doing very well. Let's see. I'm assuming that Caetsu is here just to hang out. I don't know if Caetsu is here because they want to join. Jose Ham, hope you're doing well as well. Hey Liv and hey Yannick, hope you're both doing well. Liv, we are starting with Emerald Weapon, and we will basically be doing Emerald Weapon until everyone in the party we end up with has gotten mounts. Or until it gets late and I'm like, alright, that's it. Part of me wonders what the results with Twitch would be at this point. That is an interesting question, Sally. If the problem is situated like flatly on YouTube, then it would mean that if I went over and streamed on Twitch, there would be no issues, presumably. Aside from the fact that I believe Twitch peaks at 720p for most of its users, as opposed to 1080p, and you can't rewind in the middle of the stream and things like that. And also, it might be difficult for you to find me. But that is something that is also like considered. I am also looking into ways to like dual stream, but that is also in the works. That is also something my brother has been helping me with researching how to get done right. So that would mean that one day I might just be streaming on both platforms, and then, I mean, you can choose which one you like to watch me on better. Right. Hey Deruru, hope you're doing well. That's true, Sally, and you know what? When you're asking if my name is the same, if you go to my channel here on YouTube, there's that more button. You know, you see like when you just go to the channel, you click the more button. If you click that, there should be a link to Twitch. There should be a link to an account, because yes, before my channel had a lot of following, I went and grabbed the name before anyone else could. So I don't have to be, you know, Chaiji CH _ or something like that. Yannick says, I kind of prefer YouTube. On Twitch I have problems with sound on low delay. You know what, Yannick? My personal experience with Twitch has been that rather consistently, just for me, as far as I understand, it's a me problem. The stream will freeze and crash regularly when I'm watching someone. And it's not the PC, because I've changed PCs and the problem has followed me. There was a frame drop there. But from what I could tell, that might not actually have been YouTube. Because my stream preview also froze for a second. So I think that's not on YouTube, that one. But that's annoying. Yeah, also that cat. Apparently, if you forcibly send an ad break for a certain amount of time, Twitch will not give you like pre-roll ads on those streams. So like, it would be a case of, well, I have to give you an ad on the regs. Then when you click on the stream, you wouldn't get drowned in ads. Alright, and hey, Agent Monica and Skylar and Zaf. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly, Tristan. And the forced ads is exactly also something that I thought about. Anyway, now I'm not sure if I should invite Naomi or Caetsu, because I'm not sure if Caetsu said they wanted to join. And if Caetsu wanted to, they did technically show up first. Well, the closest you can get to that, Sally, is I have a Ko-Fi link in the description. That one, I get the largest percentage of what you choose to give me. But, you know, there is a small cut, there are much smaller cuts on the way, and, you know, legal stuff that means that, like, you can't, it's not like you're just handing me $20, right? But it is closer to that. But for me, all support is appreciated. I don't think I got an answer from Caetsu. And it says YouTube having top chat on by default is definitely a turn off. I think I've heard that there is a plugin you can get for your browser that makes the YouTube chat a little nicer. I haven't looked into it because, I mean, this is good enough for me, and me having the default also means that there's a better chance that I can see it if there's like something wrong with someone with default settings, as opposed to if I was using some plugin setup, then the reason there's something wrong with mine could be the plugin, or the reason that there isn't something wrong with mine could be the plugin, and then I'm not very much help if someone is having issues in the chat, right? But I have heard that there might be some plugins that could help you, and that plugin might include a feature that just sets you to live chat immediately. Hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well, and Giraheen. Right, I heard from Kat that there is a mechanic with some orbs that we might be interested in knowing. I haven't gotten into, I haven't beaten Emerald Weapon Extreme before, so I don't actually know. Sarah says you'll skip that. Oh, excellent. So in that case, the plan is that as it usually is kill the boss, and if a mechanic gets in the way, then we take it from there. Also, hey Ridorana and Fatman, hope you're both doing well, and good luck with M4S, Ridorana. Only important mechanic is the arrows. Is it the knockback arrows? Huh. I was just about to say we don't have any melees, but we do have one. Exactly one. Thank you, Sally, and enjoy riding. Ones that shoot you forward. So the push things, right. Oh, the only reason why I said we had the only reason why I was observing whether we had melees was just we don't need it. But you know, party bonus. Yeah, thank you, Ardell. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but supposedly, liking a stream while it is running does tell the algorithm that, oh, this is a good stream, other people should enjoy it as well. So it does help. So thank you so much. Hey, TT Abood, hope you're doing well. I feel like that's a new name. But also welcome to the Cult of the Pink. Mayonnaise. Maybe. Oh boy. It appears that the internet got so shocked by me saying thank you that my connection dropped down for a moment. What a time to be a streamer, am I right, everyone? Mayo power stack at the internet. Yeah, it sounds like that. Very effective. Hey Gazel, hope you're doing well. Wow. What mechanics did it do again? I think it did a tank buster? That's nice, Yannick. Congratulations. Did you get a good score? See, this is the part that can make Emerald Weapon a little bit of a drag to farm. Is that this entire cutscene will happen every time. So it doesn't matter how quickly we do it. It will always have this whole section. Yeah, phase 1 went really fast, Matthew. It was almost like you blinked and it was gone. By the way, those arrows are knockbacks. Wow. Well, not exactly knockbacks, more like knock forwards. Guess we should not stack them. Yeah, probably not. Wow, that was lucky. One mount. Remember, if you don't have the mount, you just need on it. Yeah, the way that you're supposed to deal with the... Oh. Right, that was a good stream, everyone. But yeah, the way that you're supposed to deal with the arrow knockback things is... well, you're supposed to make it so that you're not pointing at anyone else. Because, like, they stack, so you get shoved somewhere. There should be just enough arrows that there's plenty of space for everyone to get pushed without getting pushed into each other. And they resolve at the same time, so it shouldn't be a problem. Exota Zero! We got one mount, and I got it first. It's that easy. Hey, Rillian, hope you're doing well. Erdel. Something like that, Yannick? Something like that. It's a little awkward. You're 100% on that one, soldier. My progress on Astrobe? Oh, I have like over 400 mental roulette clears. But it is one of those one of those achievements where the best way to approach it, in my opinion, is don't look at it and just work on it. Eventually you'll be there. You know, maybe check in every now and then, but like, yeah, like I just do about 10 successful mental roulettes a week, as you may have seen on my mental roulette videos. You love it when my cutscene is sometimes interrupted by some gameplay. I know, right? But yeah, like that, I don't pay too close attention to how far I am, because I just do some mental roulettes and that's that. And yes, Zav says you can reach a point where you have where you're close enough to the finish line that you can be like, I can finish this week or something like that. Oh, it's on me. Weird. Almost. Hey, Senpai Wheezy. Hope you're doing well. And welcome to the stream. It's really weird that it places you right there on the ledge. I think that's true. That the first two extremes, at least of a... at least when it's current, might have a lower drop rate. I'm honestly not sure. Exactly, Johnny. I do believe that I've heard exactly that. I mean, what you can do, Exoda Zero, is when you have 99 of the totems, then you can just like stop doing it, and then you can just buy the mounts with totems once you have like once they become available for totems. Whiskey, I'm pretty sure that the patch notes say exactly that they increase the drop rate in like the patch where like they like flip out of being current. I'm pretty sure. My best guess to that behavior, by the way, Yannick, is probably because the first two extremes are like, they're present as the only current like end game content for a few weeks. So they make the drop rate worse so that people have stuff to do for longer, which is like, I know that it sounds pretty grim. It sounds pretty grim, but the thing is, players will, like, even if players say, oh, but it's a fun trial, I'd do it without needing the mount, there's a very, very small percentage of players that actually mean that when it really comes to it. Like, a lot of players would be willing to say, oh yeah, I'd absolutely, I'd spam it just for the fun fight. But only a few of them would actually like do that when the day comes, and the developers then go, okay, well, you said. And also that 100 runs does reach a point where it gets a little stale. I'm not saying that the players that stop farming when they reach 99 are being unreasonable. I'm just saying that we already had the problem with Criterion back in Endwalker, where people legitimately said, ah, it's really fun. Shame that the rewards suck, so I have no reason to do them again. Or something to that effect. They didn't say exactly those words, but yeah. Hey Brontom, hope you're doing well. But yeah, exactly the fact that we have people, a lot of people on record essentially saying, ah, this is really fun content, if only the rewards were better so I had reason to do it more, and then they don't do it more, is essentially like proof that a large percentage of players will not do fun content if the reward isn't there. Exactly, Zav. Exactly. Then they just do guild test because rewards. How's the stream going so far? I got the mount. In the first try. Now we just need possibly like 7 more, depending on how many in the group are like actually need it or might just be hanging out. Hey, Space Pirate! The gloves that my character is wearing are... Well, I can't show you that because cutscene. I'll show you after the fight. But yeah, so far going well. There's been a few momentary connection drops, but I'm pretty sure that's just my ISP having a stroke or something. I don't know. It seemed rather rare, like rather small. I don't know. I don't even know if any of you noticed. I noticed because like I basically have like written on my screen, "Ayo, you missed some frames." Like it basically says, right, like it's like if you mess up your rotation and then it just leaves a note on your screen for the next 3 hours saying, "Remember when you messed up your rotation 2 hours ago?" That's how it looks when I drop frames. That's why it bothers me so much. But yeah, overall, stream's been going well. I've been getting a mount. Now we just need the rest to get mounts. But could you imagine if a game actually did that? You do one mistake and then it just leaves like a giant note on your screen saying you goofed it. Uh-oh. No! Not rust! Right, the gloves. It's probably easier if we just go out and I can show you the plate itself. The glam that I'm using, Space Pirate, the gloves are replica high elegant gauntlets of fending. I'm pretty sure you can craft them. This one. And that also matches with the heavy high elegant coat that I have and the heavy elegant solarates. And then I have shorts with you know, from Nier, because why not? Yeah, high elegant, replica high elegant. Space Pirate says, I use the same top and a very similar color scheme. I couldn't get gauntlets that matched. That is very relatable, because the problem I think is that the top has, you know, a colorable main color, and then it has like those golden details. The main reason why the gloves and the boots match is of course because they're from the same set. Say Nozereld. Hope you're doing well. Personally, I use shorts from I think it's Howard Paradigm's Breach. They're nice too. Yeah, that is pretty interesting, Yannick. I actually I've had Nier unlocked since Shadowbringers as a result of, you know, doing it when it was current. Nice one, Ritorana. Hope you had fun at least, and hey, you did get a book. So maybe loot later down the line. Nozrel says, my current Fending Glam is Rathalos EX Mail Top and Aurum Veil Hands and Boots. Huh. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone use those. The Aurum Veil ones. But it is pretty funny because just the other day we had a conversation on the Discord about if like collaboration equipment, and Rathalos gear came up, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember ever seeing anyone actually using the Rathalos outfit out and about in the world. On the one hand, that can of course just be me not paying attention. On the other hand, it also told me that, maybe it's not that popular. People don't even know. Sip says, I made a glam with it. Did you? How often do you use it? Has double dice now? That would be a pretty big selling point as well. Again, I'm not saying it's bad. We were actually having the conversation went a little bit towards people don't even know it's there, and those that do know it's there are like, well, I could get it anytime. The context was the Fall Guys event, and because the Fall Guys event comes around temporarily but often, when it comes around, there's a much higher chance that people will be like, oh, I need to get the outfit while it's available. Whereas, since Rathalos is always there, ready to battle, you can just, you know, you can do it anytime. And that has the effect for some people that they never do it. Right? They go, I'll do it at some point. Is it strange to get Rathalos? Oh yeah, that you need to loot it properly, like a hunter. Female pants. That's a good way to put it, Cat. Like, part of the reason why I have rather low interest in the Rathalos set is exactly that. As I recall, it doesn't look super amazing on ladies. At least not to my preference. Can't remember if you can use the male version. The gender lock was removed at some point. Oh, well, that answers my question. Perfect. But it is funny, specifically with the Aurum set, that Zav now also mentions, is that was one that I believe they added, like, in Endwalker or something, when they, like, revisited some stuff. So there's a very high chance a lot of people don't even know it's there. At least I find it a little weird they made their own Rathalos armor when the armor from Monster Hunter looked good enough to just put in. Don't they have both? I'm pretty sure they both have the actual armor from Monster Hunter and then also a separate set or something? Oh, do I remember that wrong? They don't? I'm pretty sure they do. How about we check that in, like, after this clear? It is that easy. We can just go and check, right? You know, it is a little bit funny with the rather low damage of the Tank Buster and the amount of HP we have. It's pretty likely that A melee DPS, for example, easily could tank this. So like the biggest benefit of having an actual tank is that we know who's going to tank it. No mount. That's also true, Brontom. It puts it more front. So he says, what Shadowbringers mount would you consider to be the hardest to get with Unsynced? Seed of Sacrifice, probably. Or was it 5.3? So that would have been Shadowbringers then. And I remember wrong. I would say Seed of Sacrifice because I'm pretty sure it's impossible with less than 8 players. Unless you do some really clever cheese. And see, the thing is, oh, you just have to be really smart about it, is exactly what it means when we say it's hard, right? This is certainly a different set. I'm just checking one at a time. I was certain that we had the actual proper Rathalos outfit as well. Weird. Check out the double die. Nice. I do agree with that, Sally. This does not look like the outfit from Monster Hunter. I'm pretty sure that applies as in it doesn't look like the outfit from any Monster Hunter game. Because I'm pretty sure the Rathalos outfit has been pretty specific. Like the only difference is like between the male and female ones is typically that the female one is skimpier. I am actually testing the male set specifically, Zelly. I chose the male set because it was higher up. And I noticed that the hats were the same. This is actually something that I found a little annoying. The men get this cool trench coat situation, and then... What's this? Why? Like, and then you realize that it's matched with this? Like, again, why? Silly. Exactly, Nozaril. It doesn't look particularly impressive. Monster Hunter accurate Kirin armor. For both genders. For those that don't know, the Kirin armor in Monster Hunter is like the one set where like it looks like they went, right, let's make like a skimpy outfit for the ladies, and then they made that, and then they went, all right, what should we do for the men? And then finally someone spoke up and went, why do we have to make it any different? And then just almost copied the exact same outfit that the ladies got. Right, I'm back here. Should I wait for you to come back, Aradil, or checking something? Are you, or would you prefer that we queue from you being in Kugane? Yeah, that is actually like a relatively common problem with Monster Hunter outfits here and there, Cat. Like, it's... It's a little bit like the Dragoon gear situation in Final Fantasy XIV, where the men get, you know, like they get like the classic Dragoon outfit. The ladies get that too, but theirs have, you know, a whole like for the chest or for the stomach. That logically it doesn't really make sense. Exactly, the stab me here hole. It looks nice, admittedly, but it is strange, and some players complain in both directions. And when I say both directions, I mean, you know, female characters like, why can't I have the male version? And male characters going, why can't I have the female version? And I think both are valid. Why can't you just choose whether like which one you want? Which I believe they also said that for Monster Hunter Wilds, that they're not going to have gender locked outfits anymore, or something to that effect. Women want to finally have a pair of pants, and men want to be hot too. Well put, Space Pirate. Well put. And understandable. Ham says, I heard there were some fan projects to fix that by giving the male version the hole too. You know, I think it would be even funnier if they only did that side. Like, they don't make a mod to give the female version like no stab me here hole, and they just go, nah, equality, we'll all have the hole. Even a Dirt League did a sketch like that? That wouldn't surprise me. They have it. They have. I recall they've specifically done a sketch about at least once, probably more than once. Uh oh. I think I've killed Ham. Sorry. I saw my error too late. I'm sorry. What's this? It's Kai with a steel chair! Yeah, that is a classic one, Hasenal. I think it's especially difficult to figure out what gear is supposed to look like if the icon is what it looks like for one of the genders, and then you try it on and then it doesn't look like that because it's gender specific. I think a particular one was what's it, Neo-ish Guardian? Take a close look at that picture. That's not what I'm wearing. That's a very good example, and I recognize exactly that was one where people complained. I'm pretty sure it's the same with oh yeah, this. You see these? Full-on pants, right? Let's see. They look like this. Exactly, icons, just use the male version. It makes it pretty hard to find glam sometimes. I did see it, Ridorana, but not only did I see it, I also saw people looking at it and going, isn't this like a rerun of a bunch of other sets we already have? I didn't look closely enough to be sure whether that is actually true or not. But I did look at it and go, that looks a little like, yeah, that one looks a little bit Ishgardie, like Neo Ishgardie, and that one does look a little bit like the Skalix set and things like that. So it's like, that's weird. But in fairness, like in the defense, assuming it is not like a rerun of outfits we already have, I will say in the defense of the designers that Final Fantasy XIV has a lot of outfits. So it wouldn't surprise me that they might be having a hard time making something that doesn't look like something we already have. Oh, right, we don't have a dancer. I mean, does anyone in our group need a pull time of any specific length? Would it help to have a pull time, or should I just do a ready check to see if we have Pictomancers ready and then just go? Would that be better? Five thing, right, for rainbow drip. I'll do ready check, and then when everyone's ready, I'll do a 5-second pull timer. Or even waste buffs on the first phase? Well, as you can see, if we don't give it full blast, we'll see more mechanics. Sally says Pictomancer ideally wants a 5-second timer, but they are also not max level, so I'm not sure how much they know the opener. I'm pretty sure Rust knows enough of the opener for it to matter. Given that I know Rust is a long-term view of this channel, I wouldn't be shocked if they have watched guides already. You don't have to answer that, Rust. Quadra kill! That felt a little strange. All the random casual wear glams that they added, there isn't a single good police or army vest. Is there not? Soldier says, I have seen Limsa police force use the current Halloween torso as their police uniform. That, in a strange way, tells me that they're that the options are lacking. If they're using the Halloween one with wings. With the tiny wings on them. I mean, it's not the worst. And it doesn't have to be perfect, right? Thank you, Nazarel. And yeah, that is pretty funny, yeah. There is a good irony to not knowing the class openers when joining a run hosted by someone who makes the most comprehensive class guides. Thank you. But in fairness, some people choose to like level a job first, and then like if they like it, they might like try to dive deeper into it to see like how it's played more optimally. Perfectly normal. Other times people will like, some people straight up go the way where they're like level to specific breakpoints. And they'll like watch a guide up to that point, which like that's one of the points where my guides are pretty effective, since like they actually have breakpoints. But like the thing is, some people like the option to like level up, figure out the rotation as they go, and then like once they've leveled up to finish, and they've like they might have kind of like, you know, like finished the job in terms of like how they're going to spend a lot of time on learning it, then they might watch a guide to see if like if they got it right. I feel like I'm being actively targeted. Hey! Yeah, exactly, Sally. That is the alternative path that can happen. That you level the job, you hate it. Also, Daniel, thank you so much. Daniel Graham, thank you so much. Really glad to hear that. Like the alternative path is that you pick up the job, you hate it, but you're playing it wrong, so you don't get it. And the reason you hate it is because you don't get it. And then maybe you figure out when you finally watch a guide that, oh, like I can't remember who said it, but I remember someone said that they have a friend that picked that they started with Summoner or something like that, and they didn't like Summoner, found it really dreadfully boring and bad. And then that friend was directed to try Pictomancer instead, and they were having more fun with it. But the most important key to that conversation, like that story, was that the Summoner person never used Gemshine or Precious Brilliance. They, like, technically the buttons didn't do anything, right? You read them, they don't do anything. So they didn't, like, they thought they were useless. And that is a case of, like, on the one hand, they were playing the job completely wrong. So obviously it wasn't very entertaining. If they were just spamming Ruin all day, and just summoning something every so often, and then just spamming Ruin. On the other hand, who's to say it would have been a lot more fun to spam Ruby Ruin, and Topaz Ruin, and Emerald Ruin, like... What about spamming Summon Kabi? That could also be a problem. Hey, Vjek, hope you're doing well. But yeah, that is the thing, Brontom, is that if you're going to, like, go, I'm going to figure it out on my own first, then, you know, try. Like, give a solid try at actually learning it. Some jobs, it's not enough to just click buttons and see if it works. Like, that's not always good enough. So if you're not willing to go that extra step beyond that, then maybe, you know, learning it on your own isn't a good idea. Like, it's the same as some players that oh brother. I think what happened there, Ham, is that I have enough HP and defense to survive getting clipped, and you don't. But you got me there. Also, hey Kay, hope you're doing well. And Dice, hope you're doing well as well. A classic opener for me, actually, on multiple attempts as summoner is forgetting to summon Kabi on the reattempt. Brilliant says at this point I'm having fun guessing how many people died to that. What I can see right now is that there is at least one, if not two, that are actively trying to assassinate me with theirs. Like, at least one of them is somewhat justified because I accidentally killed Ham with my line. It was an accident though, but you walked into my line. Possible. Also, yeah, exactly, Yannick. The one with Harp is also a weird one. Like, for a lot of players, it isn't entirely obvious why you would precast something. Like, that isn't super obvious. Why does it matter? And it's especially strange with, like, melee jobs where it's like, oh yeah, this spell you'd never, ever use normally is your first action. So my group needs to do the setting for skipping duty cutscenes after first watch? I don't believe so, unless that's why they do that. But I'm pretty sure if your PC's if you're just taking a while, it'll still say that you're in the cutscene. Exactly, Bronzom. Or like, why would you make your Shisui early? That's another good example. And that one is really weird, because if you actually look at, like, you know, a samurai guide, see how you do it, you might look at it and go, why is it that I'm precasting Make Your Shisui? It changes nothing in my opener, nothing in my 2-minute, nothing in my 4-minute. Like, when is it going to pay off? And the answer is somewhere around the, like, after the 6-minute burst is when it pays off. What? Why did we have the damage to skip this time? Huh? Is this Ham suffering from success? Switch to your best gear job, now we have more damage somehow, even though it's tank? But yeah, the Make Your Shisui one is one of the weirdest ones to explain, because it is something that, like, it's simply a case of, well, it doesn't cost you anything to make your Shisui early, so it's a net benefit to do it. It's just that the payoff comes like 6 minutes later. It also reminds me of in Endwalker, where you would see, like, a really weird one that tripped up some people was initially the way that the opener was often done on Black Mage was that you would cast Sharpcast, like, I think like 9 seconds before pull or something like that, up to that point or so. Because that was just enough time that you could, you know, pre-cast Fire 3 and then also cast Thunder. But then the duration of Sharpcast was changed from 15 seconds to 30, I believe. And the funny thing is that the recommendation didn't change to like, well, you could pre-cast Sharpcast like 24 seconds before pull. It stayed at like 12 seconds, I think. Like it peaked at that point. And the reason for that was that the time it takes until you need to Sharpcast again for any reason, like you'll actually be able to spend another one, is so much later that 18 seconds, that'll do. Like, you won't need that. Like, you won't need all that. So the guides just say that, and that's the funny thing, is that because then you have players that actually understand this concept, such as, you know, precasting Make Your Shisui and whatnot, going, why is it that we don't precast it, like, even sooner? And then there's this weird one where it's basically that we reach a breaking point where it just doesn't matter. Uh-oh. No, I could see the message, Sally, but it might have not reached top chat and the, oh boy. It might not have reached top chat. And it's difficult to say for certain what it is that made it not reach top chat. Because sometimes it's a little random. And he says, well, even the fastest M1S is longer than 6 minutes. People have had 7:30 for a while now, and it's still at 6:27. But isn't the 6-minute burst for Samurai, that would start at like 6:07, right? Like it would start at 6:07 approximately, maybe 6:05, 6:02 even. But I'm pretty sure it would like officially start at 6:07. And then it would take 20 seconds. And then you would start to consider using like the extra Make Your Shisui that you got from the pre-pull. So if 6:27 is the fastest kill, I think there's actually an argument to be made that in such a group, Samurai wouldn't really care about the pre-pull. Not really. I don't think. I'm glad to hear that, Thaddeus. Oh. What happened to Sip? Don't think healers needed. That might be right. Yeah, that's a pretty funny one, Lidorana. But then again, that kind of trick isn't like, it doesn't cost you anything. to do it. Like, it's entirely beneficial if it works out. Like, that's the key with those kinds of pull timer tricks, is that setting something up in the pre-pull, assuming everything goes to plan, it is like objectively a damage gain. Oh boy. Connection swings. Yeah, that sounds about right, Sally. What it looked like to me was that, like I had one red bar in OBS for a few seconds. That was what I was looking at. And I don't know what it looks like for you. Because my preview is 144p. I can hardly tell whether there's frame drops at all there. That was sneaky. But we got a mount. Appearance is really indicative of really good class balance when the top 50 parties have Dark Knight, Astrologian, Scholar, Bard, Pictomancer. Yeah, well, the thing is, based on what I've seen, based on what I've witnessed, it wouldn't even matter whether the class balance was better. It wouldn't even matter. Because the power difference is so small when it really comes to it. Like, as you know, all jobs are viable, perfectly fine. The power difference between the strongest and the weakest is relatively small, all things considered. So again, everything's viable. But despite that, people will still choose what's best. I saw a picture this morning. Apparently, elemental shamans in World of Warcraft, you can write that off on your bingo cards, got a buff. A little buff. And, essentially, if you check the, like, top performance of every specialization in WoW on FF logs for the current raid tier, I believe, there is there's a gap that is bigger than the difference from the strongest to the weakest DPS in Final Fantasy XIV between Elemental Shaman and second place. It's so bad that people got pictures of like 10 plus Mythic Plus groups asking specifically for Elemental Shamans for their groups. They're that strong. That is bad balance. What we have is a luxury problem. Sorry, not FF logs, WoW logs, or Warcraft logs. They actually do have their own site, Sally. The backstory to FF logs is that it was actually made by the same people that made Warcraft logs. So... We wouldn't have had ours without them having theirs. I mean, if you check Warcraft logs, I don't know if it's still the case, but I saw that picture this morning. And like seeing stuff like that is what makes me think we don't have a balance problem. We have a luxury problem. We're so used to everything being good and nice and balanced that the fact that something is slightly stronger is a problem. Even though it doesn't really matter. The problem there, Perrin, is simply put, the best will always, choose the best. Like, how can I put it, Perrin? A speedrunner will choose the best path forward. Even if there's 15 options, they'll only choose the one that is the fastest. Exclusively. It doesn't matter how close the 14 other options are. The best one is the only one that matters to the speedrunner. And the top 50 parties are essentially speedrunners. Like, practically speaking, they're speedrunners. I don't understand what you're trying to say with that, Perrin. Like, you'll have to explain that. Did I misunderstand what you were trying to say? Sometimes, Space Pirate, but the key thing is that because of how little RNG there is in the various jobs in Final Fantasy XIV, I don't think there is very much there. Like, when I really think about it, I'm pretty sure that the most RNG-heavy jobs in Final Fantasy XIV are not at the top of the food chain anyway. Like, incidentally, they're not at the top of the food chain. Hey, Hound. Hope you're doing well. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Another one. I don't know, Cat. The thing is, yes, if Pictomancer is, you know, a significant margin over everyone else, which admittedly I do believe it is in, like, the top groups, it is rather consistently, like, slightly higher up. Then yeah, there is an argument to be made that the balance might be slightly worse than it was in Endwalker. But there's a lot of reasons why there could be different approaches. And And sometimes it's just because there are two best options. But my argument mainly hinges on the specific perspective that, well, if you're looking at speedruns specifically, which is essentially the top groups, right? Then it doesn't matter who's second or third, unless they're so good that it doesn't matter. Like, if you have a second and third that are just as good as the top one, but second and third is slightly more consistent or something, because they have slightly less RNG reliance or something, then yeah, there could be an argument there why people would do something different. It could be that there's a mobility issue. There could be a skill issue. Like, as I recall, in Endwalker, like, end of Endwalker, Black Mage was at the top of the food chain, but Black Mage was also really hard to play. So there was a more realistic possibility that some players just went, well, I don't know how to play Black Mage. Not that well. So I'll choose the second best option instead. I think the problem there, Yannick, was, as Sally says, that Reaper was... Like, the basic rotation of Reaper is very simple. Like, at a very base level, Reaper's rotation is extremely simple. When you're optimizing it and you're doing those double enshrouds and stuff, it can get a little confusing, a little bit. But overall, Reaper's rotation... Oh boy. Reaper's rotation... Yes, frame drops. Reaper's rotation is very simple. But it has some optimization to do. Oh, what? Oh well. Enough people alive. And that I do agree with, Perrin. There shouldn't be a de facto best class for every situation. I do agree with that. But the reason why I don't look at any other factors than damage, which means that all the other factors that Pictomancer excels at falls apart. Like the fact that Pictomancer has better defensive options than Black Mage, the fact that Pictomancer has better mobility than Black Mage, somewhat. Those kinds of arguments fall out the window when we remember that all four mages are viable, and people would choose whichever one does the most damage anyway. Like, that's the reason why I'm sort of ignoring that perspective. Is because we have concentrated, focused... Another lag spike, apparently? We've focused so hard on maximum damage that it feels like anything else doesn't matter. And that is part of the problem, in a way. That makes it incredibly difficult to make a job viable in any other context, when you really think about it. Also, hey, Anep and Fox and Strat, hope you're doing well. That is a possibility, Brontome. But it is true. It is true that Pictomancer puts the 2-minute burst in a really awkward space, because Pictomancer is effectively the god of bursting. Like, there is no one that can burst quite like a Pictomancer, and it has to be like that because Pictomancer has so much time where it's doing nothing damage-wise, so it has to recoup that loss by doing a lot when it's finally doing something. And it's simply like, how would you... Like, you could rebalance Pictomancer in a way where it kind of makes sense. Like, if you made it so that they can't stack as many things in their burst, they could spread out the power of the various options that you have, so that you don't get such an insane spike with your burst. Like, there are things you probably could do. But the design we have right now... makes that a little bit hard. So yes, that does mean that Pictomancer is, as Perrin says, is like... To put it slightly differently worded, Pictomancer is like the anime protagonist job at the moment. It's the one that you feed all the buffs, because it's the best at turning it into damage. I believe it used to be Samurai. Whereas there's also the part where it has been Black Mage, simply because Black Mage does so much damage. That it is like that it could compete with that. Also, yeah, Nep, essentially for the past over a month, I've had ups and downs where sometimes streams just have a lot of lag and other times they don't. And tonight we're having infrequent lag spikes. Like, sometimes my connection will just like drop like a sack of potatoes for a few seconds, and then it'll be fine. And it's very hard to test. Based on what I've tried, based on everything that I've tried, because sometimes it's just a permanent problem that I can only fix by trying to reconnect to YouTube. It's either a problem with YouTube, or it's a problem with my ISP. And tonight, it might be my ISP, where earlier tonight, before the stream started, it might have been a problem with YouTube. Very fun. Hopefully it's not too visible, but I guess it makes it a lot more obvious that there is a lag spike when I stop talking when there is a lag spike. Like, it's almost like you get like a big warning sign on the screen going... We're having lag spikes right now. You know, the weird part about that one, Fox, is that for the most part, this wasn't a problem. Like, the AoE enmity thing was a problem for some players. But the players that already were, like... how can I put it? If you did tanking like I've taught in my guides, there's an extremely small chance that Pictomancers actually was a problem for you. At all. That's what I'm saying. Because when they buffed Enmity on your basic AoE combo, the change for me was that I went from doing 2 AoE steps, like I do one, and then I keep continuing forward, like zigzagging a bit to stay in range, and then I do another one. To just doing 1 most of the time. And then, like, if someone is, like, main targeting a mob, I'll just throw a Tomahawk on them and then continue forward. So if you did as I've advised, then you might not even have noticed that it was a problem. Because all I saw was, oh, okay. And it is also a very small game. Like, from my tests, the basic combo got increased to doing double enmity. That's it. Double. Oh boy. Oh, right, we could also just kill the boss. But yeah, exactly, Fox says this too. I've been trying to make it a habit to use 2 AoEs a pack ever since I lost aggro during my first Balthaz's wall run. There you go. There you go, exactly. Exactly, and that's what I teach, usually. Do 2. Do 1 and, like, make it clear you're still running, and you do another when your GCD is ready. And then it's fine. And it, like, in Endwalker, this was a problem you could have if you had a summoner, and your summoner was a little excited. Like in the initial pull, when the summoner can only cast Ruin or Tri-Disaster, or summon Bahamut, they might just summon Bahamut. How do you fix that? 1-2 combo. Done. And yeah, the Dancer is also a good example, Hound. Whoop, we have another spike. But yes, Dancer is actually another one where, personally, I had a run just the other day where I noticed that I specifically had to make sure to throw an extra Tomahawk on one of the mobs in every pack, because that was the one that got hit by Standard Finish, I think. Like, the primary target of Standard Finish. But it is such a minor thing that it was really weird that we needed those enmity enhancements, so to speak. Instead of lag spikes, give like spikes. That would be nice. That would be pretty cool. Imagine you could have that. I don't, like, I'm not even sure about that one, Zaf. I'm actually not sure about that one. Like, I've heard people mention it, and I can recognize that that I'm not sure how much that button does. But when I saw that it says that Bahamut generates enmity, I'm pretty sure it doesn't have increased enmity generation. It says that it generates enmity. I just sort of assumed that Summon Bahamut isn't a buff. I know, shocker. Summon Bahamut is not a buff, which means that under normal circumstances, Bahamut generates no enmity. Not initially. But they make a requirement that you need to have a target to do it. So they work around it by just making it so that the Bahamut button itself generates enmity. But how much it is? I don't know. I have to admit, there is something really funny about the fact that if we just ignored the knock, there's a possibility that we could kill the boss before it would become a problem. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. And exactly, Sally. I'm pretty sure that that's like what it's supposed to be. But I have heard people say that they've noticed that summoners will be very high on enmity for no reason. Like, as in, someone with a DPS meter is like, the summoner isn't doing impressively high damage. But it is somehow like really high on the enmity. I think we can do fine with 7, just continuing onward. Enjoy your day, Ham. Yeah, like, the thing is, in regards to the enmity thing on Bahamut, I haven't tested it. All I know is that from what I can see, it doesn't generate, like, insane amounts of enmity. So, like, it's not like it's a huge difference, so I can't imagine that there's a huge difference. You'd be welcome, Ceres. The key, I did mention at the start of this farm that we're trying to get a mount for everyone who's in the party, but I know that Ceres already has a mount. So, like, that wouldn't change anything. We'll just go again. And then if we come out and you're here, Ceres, then I'll just invite you. Exactly, Silly. Like, there's actually multiple things that makes it difficult to determine whether it is a Bahamut thing. Because Summoner, uniquely among mages, has like quite a lot of just incidental AoE healing. Like, Pictomancer has Star Prison that happens to heal once every 2 minutes, and I'm pretty sure that heals for less than what a summoner does with Luxuraris and Rekindle and Everlasting Flight. Like, incidentally, Summoner heals for a bunch 3 times out of, like, 3 separate times out of a 4-minute loop. Whereas Pictomancer does it twice and heals for less, as far as I know. And I feel like the reason it has that verbiage in Bahamut's skill description is so that you can't manipulate the demi-summon order. You can kite Bahamut around to prevent it from using autos. Actually, Perrin, that isn't even what it requires. I'm pretty sure I've demonstrated this in a video. If you summon Bahamut, like, you only summon Bahamut and do nothing else, then Bahamut will just stand there. Because Bahamut will attack the first thing you attack. It doesn't attack the thing you summon Bahamut to attack. So you have to attack first, if I remember correctly. And once you attack something, Bahamut will basically, like, I do recall actually getting footage of this. Bahamut will stand there and attack that target until either said target gets out of range, Bahamut has to go, or there is a possibility that the summoner can run out of range, I guess. Okay, relax, YouTube. Are you trying to prove something? Randomly, my preview decided that it needed to be 1080p. Exactly, Sally. Not only is just baseline Summoner's healing better every 2 minutes, Summoner also has an extra one every 3 minutes? Like every 3rd minute out of 4 minutes? Hard to say, folks. My advice would be just, you know, see what works. And you don't have to run, like, it doesn't go that much faster by just doing one. My advice is, if you're only doing one AoE attack, is keep an extra close eye on the mobs as you continue forward. Like, make sure that you don't lose any. Thank you, Philippe. What? There's a chaotic bot. But yeah, because Summoner generates so much incidental healing. I'll sip this, be right back. Fair enough. Because Summoner generates so much incidental healing, it is very possible that the reason why Summoner can sometimes be pretty high on the enmity list can be because of that. Like, that it's just as a result of all that healing. But in fairness, I've said this myself. If a healer is extremely high on the enmity list, it is usually not because of their healing. Because they need to heal an extraordinary amount for the healing to actually make up that difference. So usually there's something else going on. But sometimes a healer can heal so much that it actually makes a difference. Part of the reason being that healing has various like negative enmity multipliers that like tamp them down so they don't do as much, and heal over time doesn't generate any enmity anymore. So some of the most impactful healing that you might have seen, like the best healing spells don't heal for that much. Case in point, Phoenix probably doesn't amount to that much healing enmity for the Summoner because Everlasting Flight is a heal over time effect. But that doesn't matter because Summoner has Rekindle and Luxuraris, which is more than what Pixomancer gets. Thank you, Erdel. That's actually pretty funny, specifically both of those topics in the same video. Efficiency. Everlasting Flight only looks high in aggro because it is activated with Summon Phoenix. Who knows? Like, the thing is, Gassel, that I know this is like a very, very easy argument to make, but I haven't, as far as I know, I haven't heard, like, from a hardcore Summoner main that, oh yeah, Bahamut actually generates a ton of enmity, here's evidence of that. It's typically a case of, well, I've seen Summoners be really high on enmity while not being really high on damage. So they don't know for sure, like, where the problem originates. Like, they haven't actually tested. But it wouldn't be an easy test to do. Or would it? Or would it? You have a tank. Do like something like, I don't know. Well, it doesn't even have to be a tank. You have a job, like smack a striking dummy with something like 500 potency, I don't know, something like that. And then you have a summoner cast Summon Bahamut on that striking dummy. Nothing else, just Summon Bahamut. And see how, like, how filled the enmity bar is. If Bahamut beats it by just being summoned, then we already have, like, part of an answer. If it doesn't, then we can, like, reduce the test. Like, we can reduce the number on the, like, the test attack. But it is possible to test that. But then again, is that the only thing we need to test? Do we also need to test Wormwave and Enkindle Bahamut? Like, are those significant? Also, hey, Shaq. Hope you're doing well. But that is something that would be worthwhile to check. But it's just, if you really think about it, it's kind of irrelevant, isn't it? Like that's the part of the reason why these kind of things don't really get tested. And it just goes into myth and legend how it works. Is because knowing how much enmity Bahamut generates, would that change anything for you? We already know that enmity as a makeshift DPS meter is unreliable. We already know that. That's a fact. So the only thing we could use this extra information for is going, oh, it's... you can't trust the summoner's enmity at all. Which already was kind of true. A good point, Cat. I do want to test that, but I also really want to make sure that we get as many runs in as we can. We could test this after this clear. Just a quick test to see if we if there's anything. Yeah, for the most part, same, Bronto. The exact... I can provide, from my perspective, that the first I heard of this, right? The first I heard of this notion, this suggestion that Bahamut generates a ton of enmity, was my Dancer Mental Roulette video. In P4N, I commented that I put my dance partner on the Pictomancer because Pictomancers are really strong. Like, just in general, in that level range, that's a reliable pick. But later in the fight, the summoner was higher in enmity. So in retrospect, I should probably have partnered the summoner. Even later still, the Pictomancer died, if I recall correctly. So, you know, then the enmity is completely, unusable as a DPS meter. But then someone in the comments said that, oh, actually, the fact that the summoner has significantly more enmity is irrelevant because summoners Bahamut generates an unusually large amount of enmity, so that doesn't track. But I didn't see it mentioned anywhere else. Hey, Bimo! Hope you're doing well. Oh man! Milo survived taking an overlap. The... checks, there's any mounts so far? Yeah, we got 4 mounts so far. Jose Korox, hope you're doing well. Right. We could quickly test this then. Let's see. How do we test it? What would be a good test? What would be a good test attack? Actually, this is a little bit much, actually. And there's a maim. You know what? 520 potency is decent. Let's try with that. Can you summon Bahamut and nothing else on the level 1 striking dummy cat? Right. You just stay still, do nothing. I'll test some other things. That was 520? How about 420? That's still a lot more. How about 300? That's still a lot more. Bruh. Actually, how about an auto attack? Yeah, that's not a lot. Let's I have to go even further down. Sure, why not? Well, bam! Did you exit combat? This is everything you need to see, everyone. I did 1 damage. 1. Bahamut did essentially 1 enmity. 1. That is true, Yannick. The thing is, with these kinds of tests, it isn't like... The thing is, the auto attack could happen. I could have also just had a crit. I wasn't looking so closely at it. I was just trying to get like an idea. But this, it's 1 potency. The only other thing we could do to test this is to see how much the worm waves are worth. But this is good enough for me. Like, this is good enough for me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the reason it has enmity is, here's an interesting detail here. Check this out. Can only be executed in combat and while Kabi is summoned. Can only be executed in combat and while Kabi is summoned. Can only be executed while Kabi is summoned. So, Aether Charge and Dreadworm Trance doesn't require a target. Did Luxolaris do 0 enmity? Weird. But yeah, basically, this is a classic. It's the same as the comparison between Bloodfest and something like Infuriate. Infuriate, only in combat. Bloodfest, do what you want, it requires a target. And it has to be an enemy. Like, that's the difference. Is it possible that Bahamut's autos generate aggro that's just added to your aggro? Almost certainly. We can test that one too. All you have to do, as the summoner, is summon Bahamut and auto-attack the striking dummy once. I've just auto-attacked it, but you just have to... You have to summon and then auto-attack or something so that you're in combat and you have attacked something. Yep. You see it? It generates enmity. Oh, I sold something. See, that is slightly interesting. We have a little bit of a lag spike, though. A little bit of a lag spike. Will it recover? It's weird, it comes in waves. I've done an auto attack that's like 90 potency or so, I think. Probably closer to 100 because it's a Reaper auto attack. I also did a Soul Slice, so like that's about 600 potency and a bit. Cat did one auto attack, which is not a lot, and 4 Scarlet Flames. Exactly, Perrin, so slightly more than 90 because the auto attack delay is 320. So about 600 potency, maybe a bit, probably a bit more. 4 Scarlet Flames from Phoenix is 600 potency, I'm pretty sure. So there's of course the possibility that some of them crit. Or direct hit it. Who knows? There's also the part that I'm pretty sure Cat's gear is a lot better than mine. Like, that also makes a difference. And that, Perrin, is exactly the reason why... Exactly the reason why I thought this was weird. And if I remember correctly... well, we only have 3% right now. But if I remember correctly... Summoner pet potency is closer to 81% with full party bonus? Because Summoner's weird like that? See, about 40,000 damage from Phoenix. And I did 25,000. 24.5 thousand with my auto attack. And about 4.5 thousand with my auto attack and slice together. So about 29,000. And the difference is not like 75%. But like there's the pet potency as well. It is a little strange. And that this part is a lot harder to get accurate. The difference, Brontome, is that Bahamut and Phoenix uses a spell as their auto attack. Let's see. Well, we're back down to 7. I don't know if we'll get mounts for everyone anyway. We could probably also have Shaq in then. And then just continue the farm. If Shaq wants to join, of course. Distracted by science, yep. But I would say, from what I can see here, that first of all, we can see with absolute certainty, guaranteed, that Summon Bahamut and Summon Phoenix and Summon Solar Bahamut generates 1 point of enmity. 1. Now, how much enmity their attacks generate is still a little bit up in the air, but based on what I can see, it doesn't look weird to me. I would almost lean towards them generating less enmity than normal, rather than more. Which doesn't make sense. So I'm just going to guess that they don't generate extra enmity. Same, silly, but I haven't, like, actually been in a situation where I have had the opportunity to have that. And that's like, I kind of agree with that it is probably more like a case of an excuse. Where there is something to put, like, to pin the target to. Hey, Filthy Dane. Hope you're doing well. What's up? That's Emerald Weapon. You know, Final Fantasy VII. Sapphire Weapon is in the game too, but not as, like, a raid boss. But there's this Emerald Weapon. No worries. Ruby Weapon is here too. Exactly, Strat. I'm pretty sure I've demonstrated that usually buff enmity is like less than 100 enmity. But that is exactly it. The excuse thing with the summoner enmity thing, it sounds to me, like now that we've tested this, it sounds a lot more like comparable to how there is the classic, oh well, healing generates a lot of enmity, you know, when... Not really. Like, yeah, it generates a feasible, a tangible amount of enmity. A lot? Not anymore. And yet it is weird that they went through all the trouble of making that G-Warrior thing. And then they use it once. Hey, Christian. Hope you're doing well. Oh, we have another lag spike. Oop. Don't worry, Shaq. People have been dying left and right to that mechanic all evening. And yeah, that is true. Sapphire Weapon was the one that just gets shot off screen, like shot in a cutscene in Final Fantasy VII, right? And yeah, also that, Brontom, a big effect, a big impact as to why Summoner has a tendency to be, like, perform decently well in most content is that I would say it is pretty hard to play Summoner badly. Oh, sorry. I'll be honest, I wasn't even sure if Diamond Weapon was actually in Final Fantasy VII. So I guess in my mind, they just kind of merged together into a single entity. Who knows, Christian? I think Cat said that they managed to duo this fight recently. And if that's the case, then my question is it soloable? And if not, then it might be in the next expansion. Or even late this expansion. You already can solo it. There you go. Yeah, exactly, Silly. That's kind of what I mean with it's really hard to play Summoner badly. Because it's not quite that, but it's close to straight up playing itself. Like, some say that Viper effectively plays itself, but it does have like points where it's clear that you have to like off-road yourself and figure out what you're supposed to do next. Like you actually have to make the choice to do certain things. Where as Summoner, like yeah, you could just spam Ruin forever. Like technically that is something you could do. You could do that. But it's so, like it's relatively obvious. Ow. Why did I not die? It's relatively obvious that that's the wrong choice. For most. I see Glebing, yeah, that would make it a little more difficult. Oh, I see we have a dancer now. I mean, that kind of works with the precasted standard. Yeah, Summoner's strange in that regard, long term, is that on the one hand, Summoner's really easy, so it might, like, to actually play, so it might be a good choice for a new player. But at the same time, Summoner is an avalanche of text. Might be overwhelming for a new player. And also at the same time, Summoner, I feel like, doesn't teach you a lot of things that other jobs do. And then again, it kinda does. Like, with Ether Charge and Dreadworm Trance, it has ways of teaching you, like, the concepts behind late weaving, but then again, not really, because it's not an OGCD. It has spells it has to cast, but it barely needs to weave at all. Which means that, like, overall, it doesn't teach you very much. It teaches you dungeon mechanics. Like I feel like it depends on what the person wants. If they want an easy experience, then Summoner is a great choice. But if they want something more interesting, there are probably better choices for them. I think I might not be far enough. Oh, mount! That's not quite true, Perrin. Solar Bahamut has Enkindle Sunflare in 15 seconds. It has 4 Necrotize, Energy Drain, and Searing Flash in 20 seconds. How much difference that makes, who's to say, but Summoner is on the list of jobs that can single weave their burst all the way. I'm pretty sure, anyway. Because technically, when you as you like move into the Titan section, you will have more single weaves. So like, if you're not finished by the time you reach Titan, then you won't be able to go back to the other things. So like, yeah, it compared to certain other jobs, Summoner has a lot of weaves, but I would say that it is certainly not the worst offender. If you're getting them into bulbs, you aren't single weaving. Perrin, you do know the raid burst window is 20 seconds now, right? And yeah, that is true, Perrin. That is also kind of what I was moving towards, is that the list you brought up there is, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8 things, and then there's the 2 mountain busters. So that would be 10 weaves in 20 seconds, which is on the higher side, but I'm pretty sure there are worse. But yeah, that would mean, now that I think on it, that Summoner has a lot of weaves, but I don't think I would call it a ridiculous amount. Or a ton. But they have a lot. Machinist knocks on the door. Well, see, the thing there, Silly, is that doesn't work. Like, that doesn't work, Silly. Because there you're going, well, if you can't do the optimal one, you could do this other thing. Then we're not talking about, like, what is optimal anymore. And then, like, we move the goalpost to a completely different street. Like, that one doesn't count to me. Even though, yes, you could do that if, like, you're having trouble getting all the weaves in. Oh, right. We had the option of just killing the boss. By the way, who got the mount on the last one when it dropped? I think it was Rust? It's a little complicated with that one, Strat, because the opener for Red Mage has a ludicrous amount of weaves, but once you're past the opener, it gets a little different. Because is there an optimization for Samurai to go share the tank buster? In this fight? I don't think so, but Milo's probably using Tengensu. But I'm pretty sure when the tank buster goes out, everyone else are hit by cone AoEs. So I don't think it's necessary. But I just want to reiterate, what you're seeing here, Kraken Mo, might be dangerous because some people here are sometimes intentionally trying to assassinate others in the group with the knockbacks. So who knows, maybe Milo's doing this to mess with me. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm pretty sure everyone gets hit by a cone AoE when the tank buster goes out. So there's no need for to do it, but I mean, it doesn't kill anyone. You can see all those like cone cleaves. Actually, it might not be going out to everyone. It could be roll stacks or something. But yeah, essentially, the reason why a samurai would be interested in getting hit by things is, as Perrin says, Third Eye, which later upgrades into Tengetsu, is a defensive cooldown. It reduces the damage you take by 10% for one attack for Third Eye, and for one attack plus the next 9 seconds, I believe, for Tengetsu. And, oh, sorry, I didn't need to do that, I don't think. But now we're doing a ready check. But Tengetsu also heals you for like 600 potency over its duration. And Tengetsu also gives you 10 Kenki. Which is, you know, it's worth like 100 potency. Because it says each player besides the tank gets a cone. Besides the tanks, right? Exactly, 10 Kenki at the minimum translates into exactly 100 potency. The only reason it would ever translate into more than that is like if for some reason you actually needed that to use Sene or something like that. But usually that's not like a factor. That's why it usually translates to 100 potency. The way it works, Brontome, is that you use Tengetsu. It is active for 4 seconds. When you get hit in those 4 seconds, it is replaced with, I believe it's called Tengetsu's Foresight, which is a 9-second duration effect. So it doesn't exactly just extend forever. It's just when you get hit, it lasts 9 seconds. So it's a little bit like how with Living Dead for Dark Knights, you can use Living Dead, and then at the final moment before it ends, you die, which means that it turns into Walking Dead and resets to 10 seconds again, which means that technically a Dark Knight could use Living Dead up to 10 seconds before they expect to die, so that their cooldown is like has ticked 10 more seconds. And yes, it is a 15-second cooldown, so that means if you use Tengetsu aggressively enough, you could argue that you essentially have a 13-second defensive cooldown on a 15-second cooldown. Like 13-second duration, 15-second cooldown. But ultimately, it is only active for 9 seconds. And yeah, in regards to the Red Mage Burst, the way it works is essentially, if you can get like have 2 melee combos for it, then you can set it up so that you get the best parts of both bursts inside the 2-minute burst. But that is not always possible. Exactly because... Sorry. Because it is also your best mobility option. So that's a little difficult, right? If you need the mobility. But once you have the like if you have the burst, then you have the burst. Now, if you don't, then it starts to become relevant what else you can shove in there. Notably Grand Impact. Do you have other options? Isn't it just like the Thunders and the Arrows if you can? I've never seen a Red Mage Draven to use Reprise. From what I know, from like Red Mage mains, Reprise is a little bit like, it's like Holy and White. Why would I make a comparison to a newer action? Reprise is actually not as bad as Scathe. Reprise is, like, potency-wise, it's just behind the Thunder and the Arrow. The problem with Reprise is that if using Reprise means that you lose out on a melee combo at all, then it has lost all meaning and value. And you don't want that. But that does mean that there are cases where a Red Mage would specifically use Reprise as their final GCD as a boss dies. For example. You wouldn't do more than one, because if you could do more than one, then you could have done the dual cast. But technically speaking, if using a Reprise doesn't cost you a melee combo anywhere else in the fight, then it's like a decent GCD. I think it's okay. It's not Scathe levels of bad, at least. It's just that it's not the best, and you don't need it. Which is enough to conclude that it isn't good. And it's also one of those attacks where... Oh boy. Where you have to be... Where you actually have to look into the future to know for sure. There's also the part that you can... I don't know if it happens for other races, but I don't know if you noticed in my demonstration of Reprise in my Red Mage guide. But if you're strafing to the right and spamming Reprise, something weird happens with your body. Like, you'll do the slash, your legs will continue to run to the right, and your body will return to their normal position, spinning left round your body. Even though the body didn't turn. So if you like cursed actions, Reprise. Oh yeah, I don't think I remember hearing that one specifically, Sally, but I do remember people looking at the crazy healing cooldowns that healers got with Endwalker, I believe, and they went, oh man, we're probably going to need those. And the reason why I think of that at all is because people started talking about this exact same thing when they saw Medica 3. And I think some people said that they didn't actually really need it. And then use it as argument that hold your horses, just because we have Medica 3 and all that doesn't mean that we actually need it. Imagine if we had Stone Skin 3. Imagine if we had Stone Skin. Macrocosmos? I mean, where we are now, we certainly need Lilybell and Macrocosmos and the like. That's for certain. Stone Skin was a horrible button. It was... I didn't actually experience having Stone Skin. But I did experience having Protect, and didn't we both have Protect and Shell or something like that? So you had to like sit and apply both at the start. Always fun when the tank just runs off while you're casting. And then you miss them. White Mage had a trait. I mean, I don't think they had that trait anymore by Stormblood. But that's fair. That is relevant. It is, that is something that I did like about older systems in Final Fantasy XIV, is that they would allow other jobs to have an action from a job, and then they would make it so that the original job had a better version. Or a different version, you could say. Usually you could probably simplify it to a better version, right? But a different or better version is interesting, and they could have done this with, for instance, with tanks getting an upgrade to Rampart. They could have gotten 4 different traits. They just didn't. Specifically to disincentivize bringing double Scholar. Ah, yes. Double Barrier Healer. Never forget, it has always been a thing. And that is pretty funny that they then change it so that White Mage isn't mandatory either. It is incredible how, like, as we look at it now, we have some jobs that might feel so good that they feel almost mandatory. But even in A Realm Reborn, there were balance changes to to make sure that something didn't get too overwhelmingly good. Single target stone skinning entire group pre-pull was fun. See, the thing is, if I could actually see that would be kind of fun in a old school MMO gamer kind of way. Like, here's the thing. A Realm Reborn took a lot of inspiration from World of Warcraft, right? And in World of Warcraft, it took a bit before it was a normal occurrence that the jobs that had some sort of raid buff could just and then buff everyone. In WoW, it was kind of a thing when you go far enough back in time that you have to buff everyone and then have a mana break. That's that kind of experience could be mildly comparable to, oh well, you have to stone skin everyone. Mildly. Is that good? Probably not. Probably not. But it was a thing, and some of the tedium in older MMOs were part of it, like part of the experience. Part of the social aspect in the games were, I believe, because that's partly my opinion, of course, that because you couldn't, with a snap of a finger, be doing the thing that you wanted to do, there was time to be social. Right? Like, there was time to talk with people about this and that. And having, oh, well, we need to sit down for a mana break for the healer. Would be a moment for everyone to take a breather for a moment. Perhaps not very long, because the healer would, you know, chuck and then done. So it might not actually give much time, but the fact that you're like, oh, we have to stop for a second, guys, the healer needs MP, would be enough for people to go, oh yeah, by the way, how do you do this thing? I was on this other quest. All that kind of stuff. Loot in WoW is usually done in mana breaks. That depends greatly on what group you were in, Nozarel. But like I could give other examples. Like, there was a time where there was no such thing as a summoning stone. You had to traverse your way to the dungeon. So you might make your group in the city, and then you all have to make your way to the dungeon. That is a good time to learn, like, more about your group. Or maybe you're traveling over to where you're next, like where you're questing. After going and getting, like, your new class ability. That's a good time to talk with your guild or something. But it is a difficult sell, because if you really if you sit down to think about it for a moment, what I'm basically saying here is that the most tedious aspects of an MMO that you could easily just get rid of, they don't actually contribute to the fun factor of the game directly in any way, you could remove them. But they mattered. Like, they did something. They indirectly did stuff. Nowadays, it doesn't help either that a lot of the time the social aspect in the MMO is done on Discord and whatnot. But it does have this effect where it is really hard to actually produce that style of game that older MMOs are, because optimization means that those kind of things don't need to be there. And in that case, it's optimization of the gaming experience. That's actually not on the gamers themselves necessarily. It's only on the gamers in the way that they might complain that it is there. That's also true, Sally. A lot of console players might not appreciate that a large part of their gaming experience is quote-unquote meant to be riding on a keyboard. Oh yeah, that's also a good one, Shaq. Walks to Scarlet Monastery as Alliance. Hopefully everyone has the flight path to South Shore. Right? Right? No? Hopefully we can find a warlock at the destination then. Also that, Nozarel, that absolutely doesn't help either. Like if you need to get a hold of someone. If you need to get a hold of someone, it's often easier to just write them on Discord. I think the funniest part about, like actually a really funny part about Classic WoW when it initially came out was that it was a shockingly common occurrence that people were like, can you summon? Can you summon me? Because I don't want to walk. It's like, we don't have a warlock. Meeting stones don't exist yet. Why a warlock specifically? Warlocks in World of Warcraft, originally, they had the... I believe it's called Reach Wall of Summoning, which means that they can, at the cost of a soul shard, that's not very costly, that's something you can produce, they can summon another player if 2 other players will help them do the summoning. Then that player will be summoned to exactly where the warlock is standing, or like in front of them. Later in the game, warlocks got the ability to instead summon a meeting stone, which requires 2 players to summon something. But warlocks, and only warlocks, originally could summon someone from, like, to anywhere. The warlocks simply had to go there themselves. And at some point, they made it so, like, there are meeting stones outside of dungeons in World of Warcraft. They are, like, originally they were more like they were there either to indicate here's a dungeon, or they were there for you to have, like, an in-game option to open... like a looking for group menu of some sort. Eventually, they were changed to summoning stones, which don't look any different, but you just needed to send 2 players to the destination. Then you could summon everyone else. But people didn't realize this was a later addition. So when Classic WoW came out initially, people were very tended to ask for summons frequently. Because they didn't know that you couldn't get summoned without a warlock. Not very costly. The Warlock Council would like to have a word with you about limited backspace. Hey, I'm just saying, what I meant by not very costly, Nozarel, was more the fact that, assuming that you're doing a dungeon in like an appropriate level range, the Warlock could just go over and get a soul shard from a nearby mob. So it wasn't like, oh yeah, and the Warlock has to pay money. You see, the thing is, Silvermint, I'm pretty sure that they're not called summoning stones when you mouse over them. Because initially they weren't summoning stones, they were meeting stones. Yeah, that is true. Demonstration, the fact that how much time I have to talk when we're progging Palace of the Dead. That's also true, Kodux. Was it a guild? Like a guild action or something? And then they removed it again in, like, Mr. Pandaria, I think, because it was a little busted. I think? Didn't they? I can't remember. Farming shards to summon a 40-man raid individually was fun, quote-unquote. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy, I think I'm dead. Never mind. Speaking of farming shards to summon a 40-man raid. Anyone know of Guzu? Anyone heard of Guzu in the hardcore WoW gamer space? The story there is that he got a when like hardcore really like took off. He leveled a warlock to 60. Like first try, if I remember correctly as well. And he was like raiding and stuff. And of course he was streaming everything, right? Then in a moment where he was basically just farming soul shards to prepare for the raid, he was really low on HP because he was just spamming something on like a pile of fast respawning imps. And he was low on HP, and then he accidentally pressed a demonic rune, which is like an evil mana potion. What it does is that it converts your HP into mana at like a pretty nice exchange rate. Like you pay some HP to get a lot of MP, but it can still be used if your HP is below the required threshold. You just die, which is normally kind of funny. And you just go, haha, oops, and then you go and rest again. But if your character's a hardcore character, then you're just dead. And he just, out of nowhere, randomly killed himself to that. I don't know if people still do it, but at least for months after his live chat would regularly tease him with demonic runes. Hey Cohen, that's entirely up to you. This is technically entirely optional content, so this doesn't, like, unless you actually actively seek this out, you wouldn't find this. I was just about to say, I feel like we've gotten really good at that mechanic now. And then we have a death. Oh, definitely Nozereld. Definitely when you see like the pop-up of someone died and then you check out how they died. Like, it's more interesting when it's a high level, right? Let's see. There's the people who took the game way too seriously and complained about pandas because pandas. I love Mr. Pandaria, by the way, but I also mained a Pandaren, so... Let's see, so this is, and even then, said raid reasons mostly point down to we had Siege of Orgrimmar for 8 months, and that's about it from what I've heard. I'm pretty sure it was 13 months. And I raided Siege of Orgrimmar from start to finish. I'm pretty sure it was 13 months. Pretty sure. But I might be remembering it wrong. I was told 8. I'm pretty sure it was 13. How come I'm not playing DPS? I actually mentioned that very briefly earlier, FFXIV, that the amount of damage Emerald Weapon is doing it clearly indicates that we probably don't need a tank. But the simple fact that you know who Emerald Weapon is going to attack is like a very small convenience, and we don't need the extra damage. That's the reason. Oh man, Nozarel. That one was like simply do enough DPS to maintain aggro. We don't need the damage the hardest sentence for someone in Final Fantasy XIV to understand. Wow. Shots fired. I think I've heard of that before, Nozarel. But yeah, that kind of stuff is exactly the reason why I've said many times that the excessive optimization that you see in Final Fantasy XIV isn't a Final Fantasy XIV problem, it's a gamer problem. Because Classic WoW came out, and people optimized that one too. Like, they optimized that one just as much as they optimized Final Fantasy XIV. So, it's not so much about, like, oh, the game is the problem. Nope, it's something else, and it's hard to to put a finger exactly on what you can do about it. Talking about it's rude to suck at WoW, Emily? Yeah, I have seen that one. I've actually made a video on this channel saying it's okay, why it is okay to suck at Final Fantasy XIV. Didn't get as much traction as the Folding Ideas video. It's also not as big. Oh, it's long, I should say. It's always the problem sits between the monitor and the chair. And also that cat. It's also sometimes difficult to quantify whether you need more damage. Because obviously, more damage make enemy die faster, which means we save time. Oh yes, Emily, absolutely. If you want a honeypot of players basically admitting to the same kind of behavior, you find my video, It's Okay to Suck at Final Fantasy XIV. You scroll down to the comments. I specifically remember there was one in particular that complained that they got punished for telling someone to uninstall. And I'm pretty sure the someone they told to uninstall was a Sprout. But the thing is, the way they presented it was that they started by saying that it's incredibly difficult to play Final Fantasy XIV because you're not allowed to say anything or you'll get punished. Then I explained that, well, if you say the thing in a polite way, then it's very, very unlikely that you'll get punished. And then they basically admitted to murder, right? I was like, well, I mean, can you hear yourself? Thank you, Sally, for checking. The reason why I was confident that it took, that it was 13 months was exactly because I remembered doing Siege of Orgrimmar before my birthday, doing Siege of Orgrimmar after my birthday, and then almost doing Siege of Orgrimmar to my birthday again. Like the year after. Yeah, exactly, Silly. All it takes is a bit of tact. My advice, my biggest tip is, first of all, don't be rude. Like, obviously, you're going to get punished if you say you should uninstall. Like, what are you thinking? What would you expect? But a really massively effective tip to avoid a lot of the problems is ask if you can give them advice first. Then they can just say no. Or nothing. And another way you can do it that is often very helpful is to present your advice as an improvement to what they're doing. And focus on that instead of focusing on the fact that they're doing things wrong. I think I explained this specific concept in an Endwalker mental roulette video. I think it was one where I was healing. And I had 2 separate runs of Brave Flock's Long Stop in the same set, where both times there was a Sprout tank that didn't know to AoE. In both cases, I referred them to the name of their AoE attack, said that they would do better if they used that when there was at least 2 targets. That's not entirely true, because, you know, there's, like, specific targets where it's AoE better, but they had trouble holding AoE aggro at all, so, you know. And I didn't say what they were doing was wrong, I just said they could do better. And the reason why that matters is because if you start by telling them that what they're doing is wrong, then what happens is they will focus on defending what they're doing instead of listening to what you're saying. Yeah, so like that is a big one. I think that it could help a lot of players with conveying advice, because a classic one is you see a healer, you see like a conjurer or a white mage spamming cure 1 at a level where they have cure 2. If you start by screaming at them that cure 1 is garbage, then you've already put them in defense position. To simply ask, why are you doing X? This may backfire on occasion, but I do think getting the answer to that question helps. Also catches a surprising number of people just being lazy. That is also like an interesting one that I saw somewhat recently. Someone said, I think it was on my White Mage guide, they said, I like free cure because I like, until I reach level 60, I like to combo it, so I cast Cure 1 and then Cure 2, and it saves me a lot of MP. I said to them something to the effect of, the chance is really small, so the Cure 1 doesn't contribute very much. Cure 2 would be better. And the reason why you stop doing this at level 60 makes no sense to me, because there's nothing you learn exactly at level 60 that justifies you no longer doing it. Tetragrammaton doesn't magically mean you don't need that MP anymore. You didn't need it in the first place. And that's the problem sometimes with asking someone why they do something, because sometimes there isn't really a reason. It's a little bit like if you're playing like a single-player RPG or something, and you've just gotten used to like engage combat by doing this, then this, then this, and there isn't a reason for it. That's just that's just how you happen to decide to do it. If you then watch a guide explaining you what is optimal, you might go, oh, well, that's not what I do at all. But if you then stick to your guns and go, no, what I did is optimal, I refuse to change, that doesn't mean that your choice is good. Like, fair enough, but like, it's not optimal, right? Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes people will listen anyway, right? If they don't have a good reason, then it's hard for them to defend themselves, right? And actually that one, Dice, what you're saying right there, is exactly the reason why you ask if you can give advice. If you try to give advice and, like, essentially that conversation can go two ways. You say, hey, can I give you a tip? Can I give you some advice? If they say no, then don't try to give them advice. They're not going to take your advice. If you don't ask if you can give them advice, and just give it, then if they would have said no, then they still don't want your advice. They will not listen to it. And I think that is often what goes wrong in those cases where there are people that try to insist that you take their advice, is that they don't realize that the person they're trying to talk to does not care. Oh, that's a classic, Emily. See, I remember Holminster's Switch run, where we asked the tank if they could AoE because they were failing to keep aggro, and they just said, no, manage your aggro. I didn't know what to say, so I just stopped. Yeah, in that case, what can you do? You'd be like, well, my healing generates AoE aggro, so if you don't do AoE enmity, then I can't heal you, and if I can't heal you, then you will die. Like, that's as simple as you can make it. If you're not going to do AoE aggro, then I can't heal you. Without dying. But yeah, when you get that type of player, it's also very likely that they will not listen. So the best you can do ultimately is kick them. And or report them. Which is also what Zelly suggested. I think I have told my story about the Dark Knight and Bottom's medal. A few times. The Dark Knight that was the guy that was leveling Dark Knight in Bottom's medal, who had already leveled all three other tanks and so didn't care about any advice you would give him. Clearly he knew what he was doing because he had leveled three other tanks. Because as you all know, as everyone knows, leveling a job takes incredible skill. And you could only have mastered the tank role if you have leveled 3 tanks, right? And this guy didn't use defensive cooldowns, only used 1-2-3 combos. Dark Knight, by the way. Even on AoE. Didn't use Bloodspiller, didn't use Caetsu, didn't use Blood Women, didn't use anything. Their job was to hold aggro and, I guess, stay alive, question mark. This is difficult. And they could stay alive doing what... Oh, mount. They could stay alive doing 1-2-3 combos. So why should they do anything else? And why should they use defensive cooldowns? Clearly, there's no need for it because the healer was attacking, the healer being me. I am actually curious if they would start to use defensive cooldowns if I stopped attacking. Let's see, let me just check. I think it's only Shaq in the group that needs it. Let me do a few more runs. Exactly, Sally. Why would you not use your better attack options? I don't need them. So what? Yeah, indeed, Emily. Another funny one I think I mentioned a while back was back in like late-ish Endwalker. I was doing a expert roulette, and I think we were 3-man pre-made, but the healer was a random. On the second boss in Lapis Manalis, you know, the goth with the scythe, our healer died to something that can best be described as not looking at the screen. So we asked about it. They were also playing incredibly poorly, from what we could see. And when we asked them about it, they said that they were watching a TV show on the other screen. It might not actually have been a 3-man pre-made, I can't recall exactly, but I do remember that someone then asked, oh, what are you watching? And then he explained what he was watching. And given that his performance didn't improve, I can only assume that despite demonstrating that they didn't have the mental focus to both play the game good and also watch TV, they decided to not change anything. Meanwhile, like, I was listening to music or something, but like when I do roulettes, if I'm not recording, I might be listening to music, but I will not be watching something unless it's like MSQ roulette. Uh-oh. I don't know if I made it out of that. I got hit from another side. Oh, another mount. Yeah, I'm trying to do loot, but I'm repeatedly getting forced through cutscene stuff. Oh, perfect. Excellent. I believe that was 8 mounts. I think, or was it 7? It was 7 mounts. Perfect. Right around the time where we normally finish up anyway. Amazing. It was like the game went, oh, by the way, I see the time. 41 runs. Nazarel says, my most recent group kick was a bard in Vanguard. They were genuinely pressing random buttons, and as far as we could tell, it was on follow with me as the healer. We tried to speak to them, and got nothing. Yeah, that is something that I've heard about recently. That people are running into players that look like they're bots. Like, they play so insanely badly with no change to their actions after failing over and over again, that it is impossible that it isn't, like, it's so unlikely that it isn't a bot. But the thing is, what makes it a little awkward And a specific one I read about very recently, I think it was on Tales from Duty Finder, which is not always the best place to find your positive stories. But there was this guy that was telling this story about a group in Sunken Temple of Khan with a tank that was suspected to be a bot. Stage 1, duty starts, tank follows the healer. After a bit, the tank starts going. But I believe they said they only single-poled, and didn't do very well, didn't do defensive cooldown very well, didn't attack very well, etc. They got to somehow, they got to the face that has to be killed on a platform. I don't remember if the group at large had decided to just not assist to see what the bot was going to do, or if the bot was actively making it difficult. But the bot repeatedly killed the face, like the stone face thing, not on the platform. So it would die, stand back up again, die, stand back up again, die, stand back up again. And the team was trying to explain to the bot, or the player, what they had to do. And it took several minutes before the bot, or the tank, then spoke up and was like, how many times do I have to kill this thing, Lamau? And the suspicion, the hypothesis there is that if you're running bots, hypothetically, if you're running bots, don't run bots, but if you are, you could probably have multiple bots running at once. And you're doing other stuff, like you're out eating dinner or something. And then you come back to the PC, or maybe you like check in on the bots, like just glance at them every so often. And then they might like check in if they see that a boss, if a bot is like stuck, like then they can, you know, intervene and like move the bot so that they're not stuck anymore, and like just lock it out. Or if they're being pointed at and said, I think this guy's a bot, you could use the magical power of human language to try and make it sound like you're not a bot. And I thought that was a really interesting result. Really interesting result. I'm surprised that they would be so... that they would go so far as to level a tank as a bot. That was that that was that bad if it was a bot. And yeah, exactly, guys. That's why I'm like saying the bot, the player, because it is possible, incredibly unlikely, but possible that it wasn't a bot. It could hypothetically have been a guy that was insanely high on something and barely capable of playing the game. And they just like, why isn't this thing like staying down? I don't understand. But who knows? See, Bronson says leveling is not so bad in this game to warrant bots. I agree. But there are players, let's not forget, there are players that view leveling as such an insanely massive chore that they believe everyone who does not just buy a level skip are idiots. If you need evidence of that, check the comment sections of any of my leveling guides. You choose any one of them. I can guarantee that you will find such a guy. And see, if we are talking about optimization, then technically they're not wrong. If the purpose is to reach max level and not enjoy the game, just reach max level, there's no other objective here, then go to work, make the money to buy a boost and then buy a boost is more effective than legitimately leveling. Thank you, Erdel. And thank you, Nazareld. But yeah, genuinely, if you're looking at optimization to that degree, then they're right. But, and this is one that people that they usually don't return to defend. Like, if you say, well, I mean, some people find it fun to level, they have a ground to stand on because they can say, well, I don't, so there. My defense when I hear those people, or see those people, is good for you that you have, like, that kind of excess money. Awesome. Good for you. Great success. But not everyone has extra money for that. There are people working 2 jobs that are barely making rent around the world. It doesn't matter that you hypothetically could pay for your level skip there. It's a miracle you can afford Final Fantasy XIV at all. You can... Well, I mean, silly, there are also other places in the world where this is a thing. But genuinely, there are places in the world where it isn't that simple. And then there's also the part that some players find it enjoyable to level. Now, you might say, if you find it enjoyable to level, why are you using a guide to do it faster? Some players enjoy leveling efficiently. Some players enjoy leveling, but they enjoy it to a certain extent that they want to see some results. They do enjoy it, but, you know, doesn't need to take all year. And also that, I agree with that, Brontome, is that for the most part, I would say level skips are better spent on alts. I would also say that a lot of players might not be using level skips in the most considerate way. What I mean by that is if you buy a level skip, go ahead. I don't judge. Your money. Do it. But if you then go in, like, if you immediately go into a dungeon and then have no idea what you're doing, then I have a little bit of a problem with it. And that is the problem. That is actually that is the funny thing, is that a lot of players find it really hard to pick up jobs that start at higher level. Because they just get this avalanche of buttons. That's actually pretty funny. I think I remember someone wrote a comment on one of my videos ages ago where they were like, so I played this job. I think they mentioned a job that starts at higher level. And I didn't quite get it. Like, I didn't quite understand it, so I didn't really enjoy it. But I was like level 90, maybe level 80, depending on if it was Endwalker. Like, I didn't want to get thrown all the way back if I leveled something else. So I bought a level skip with this other job I wanted to play. And I don't understand that one either. I wonder why. Yeah, Brunson says, I actually know a guy who did that and then quit because he couldn't figure out how Dark Knight works. What's the opposite of big brain? I think people call it smooth brain? Is that it? But yeah, like, I don't know a lot of players that buy skips that also take the time to sit down and learn. I know one person specifically, at least, because Cole, who is in the community, there was a connection, like a small drop in the quality of the connection, but I don't think there was a frame drop. Strange. Cole, who is in the community, says that he typically buys skips. But the way he approaches skips is that he will buy a skip and then he'll watch a guide, at least up to the level he skipped to, and then practice on a striking dummy until he gets it. And then he can, you know, start leveling the last bit. That's how it's done. Take the time to, like, catch up and learn whatever it is that you didn't learn. And then you're fine. And yeah, that one is actually really evil, Emily. I feel like Viper and Summoner has this problem. They both have a rotation that is really simple. Like, it's almost like the rotation spells itself out. It's really obvious what you're supposed to do once you understand what you're supposed to do. But it's really hard to explain it in tooltips without outright saying it. Like, the jobs give you the actions, and then you as the player are supposed to go, oh, so I use this and then this. In a guide, you can go, you do this, this, and this. But the game shouldn't be going, you should do it exactly like this. Because then it might as well just give you a button to do the rotation automatically, right? It's meant to be a learning process. You're supposed to figure that out yourself. Like, could you imagine if every time, like every stage in, like, I don't know, Super Mario, you land at the start, a pop-up appears and goes, you have to press this to jump. Also, you have to press this button to run towards, like, to progress. And then when you see the first thing you might want to, like a question block, a pop-up appears and goes, you should jump into that. Then you jump into it, a mushroom appears, and there's a pop-up going, you should pick that up. Then you see the first hole, and then there's a pop-up going, you should jump over that. Like, let the player figure it out. But in a guide, it's a lot easier to explain. Because it's another person going, well, I did this. Compare the actions and traits list of Monk and Viper. Oh yeah. This is all of your actions, everyone. Now, these buttons at specific times will turn into all of this. There's actually more buttons here than here. And we have Monk, did you say? Slightly more traits. Yep. The other display mode. Ah. That is pretty nice, by the way. And you have Viper? What? Excuse me? Feel like they forgot something. You know what, Nosarel? a suggestion I've heard other people come up with that I think would be really good for the way that tooltips are in Final Fantasy XIV is the Baldur's Gate 3 method. And also, on a slightly different note, given how strict the combos are in Final Fantasy XIV, I feel like it would have made good sense if combo starters told you what buttons they combo into, instead of only telling you what combos into something. Like, they could easily have Steel Fang say that it combos into Hunter's Sting, or that it turns into Hunter's Sting under certain circumstances. Then they could have Hunter's Sting say that that one turns into Flank Sting Strike and Heimsbane Fang, I think. But instead they have it on the destination to say it. But with Baldur's Gate 3, they could have had that, and then you could just, like, I don't know, right-click the tooltip, and then, like, or, like, press a button on your keyboard to, like, inspect the tooltip, and then you could, like, just go, what is Reaving Fangs? And then it show Reaving Fangs. Or you could point at Reaving Maw and, like, oh, that's that. And then, like, it would also have things like Hunter's Sting, like, further down. It would lead to bigger tooltips, but it would at least mean that you could press a button and go, oh, that's that, aha. Instead of, like, going through all this. Like, seriously. I'm pretty sure if you go to the Final Fantasy XIV's Viper page, if you scroll down far enough, they will actually show, like, a diagram saying you click this and then there's this and then there's this. So, like, they do have the diagram that is supposed to be here. They just didn't include it because it's a little weird because of all these buttons you can't assign anywhere. And also, Sally says, I've met many players that don't pay attention to the glowing lines around buttons either. Just a moment. Which button should I press? Which one is more important? All of them at once? Well, now there's less buttons at least. It's very hard to click all of the buttons at once without pressing the wrong button. Bronson says, I hated the Baldur's Gate 3 tooltips. They never gave enough information and you couldn't see what you get at later levels. It was a good system in theory, but you only could ever get half of what you needed to know. So that one is like, there's multiple things to that. The first one is that indeed it was, I would say it was really hard to, in-game in Baldur's Gate 3, see what like what led to further in the game, right? Like, it was really hard to tell, like, oh, well, I'm a level so-and-so of this class. I don't know if, like, when I gain 3 levels, if this other thing that I'm offered is actually good. And a lot of the time, the only way you could be sure was to, like, Google it. Like, it is a little strange that you're not allowed to, like, look ahead in any way. And indeed, because the tooltips were, like, nested in this way, it probably led to tooltips being very sparse. And you had to dig deeper. Like, let's be real here. If you could inspect tooltips and, like, get more information on them, then Steel Fangs could say... it could probably just say delivers an attack with a potency of 200 affected by Honed Steel. And then Honed Steel was like orange that you could mouse over and see what that does. And it would also say grants Honed Reavers. And that was something you could mouse over. And when you mouse over Honed Steel, it would say, of course, increases the potency of Steel Fangs by 100 potency and Steel Maw by 20 potency. And those two things would be something you could mouse over in Honed Steel to then see, oh, Steel Fangs is this. You have this looping effect. But you would also have to check, like, you would have to check Honed Reavers to then see that it points back and says, or when it points over and says that that's for Reaving Fangs. And that has this, like, this cascading effect where, because you have the system to, like, make the tooltips more compact, you had to do that. Mouse overs would be good if it actually has the info. I would say from the amount of Baldur's Gate 3 I've played that usually had the info. Sometimes specific things were missing because it was like a general mechanics thing. Like, what is a saving throw exactly? Isn't that clearly explained in the game? Because it's like, it's a D&D thing. You just kind of know that. And things like that. So sometimes things were clearly left out because you're just supposed to know that. But I could picture that if you had more interactable tooltips in Final Fantasy XIV, tooltips would immediately become a lot smaller, but you would then sit there like sifting through tooltips to get the whole amount of information you need. Like, I could take another example. Summon Ifrit 2, what does it need to say if you could mouse over the details in it? It could say summons Ruby Ifrit and orders it to execute Inferno. Inferno effect doesn't need to be there because you can just mouse over Inferno. Additional effect grants 2 stacks of fire attunement. Great. The duration, the effect, doesn't need to be there because you can just mouse over fire attunement to get that. And also fire attunement could then explain what it does to Gemshine and Precious Brilliance for more info. It could then also say additional effect grants Ifrit's favor, and then you could check Ifrit's favor to see what it does. And Ifrit's favor could then include effect of Ifrit's favor ends upon execution of certain summoner actions. And then it could list those because the summoner actions that cancel it are your summons. And then it can, of course, it would need to say can only be executed while under the effect of Ruby Arcanum and Carbuncle is summoned. Like, that bit at the end could be mentioned. But you could see that, like, if you could inspect something like this, then you could cut this tooltip down to half length, but it would also not include the damage in the tooltip, which is strange, or would be weird. Emily says, I've had many conversations about jobs where people are saying a job is just press the glowy button, and actually just saying, I'm too smart for this dumb job for babies. Specifically, Viper is quite weird, because if you actually only press the glowy button... Well, first of all, how do you start? But let's say you start like this. I just have to choose one. I'm choosing a glowy button. I know there are other options. But I'm pressing the glowy button, so I'm doing the right thing, right? I'm pressing a glowy button. So I'm surely doing maximum damage, right? Probably. Right? Oh, now there's more glowy buttons. What do I choose? Well, these buttons didn't stop glowing, so I should keep doing those, right? Anyway, I hope you get my point. see, Nozrel says, watching a lot of BG3 streamers after having playing the game myself. The game has a lot of information that many people can intuit, and many completely can't internalize it. Yeah. Personally, the amount I've played, I have gone like, well, how does this kind of throw work exactly? How does this kind of thing work exactly? Because I want to understand, because it makes it easier to like actually figure out what you're supposed to do. But like a lot of the information that the game doesn't tell you are like more like numbers stuff that you could complete the game without it. But I'm big number nerd. I need to know it. It says, actually League of Legends has a much more applicable system. It gives the basics of a tooltip, then you can hold Alt and hover to get additional and conditional information. That is fair. I believe a lot of champions in League of Legends have absolutely monstrous tooltips. So that kind of makes sense. I can also say I'm pretty sure World of Warcraft had this at some point. I don't know if they still do, but they did indeed have a toggle at some point where you could choose between simple tooltips, if I remember correctly. I can't remember how much it stretched, but I do specifically remember that you had the choice between seeing the average damage of an attack or the actual damage range. The immense irony in that choice is that tooltips in World of Warcraft often don't actually accurately portray how much damage they actually do. Because a lot of the time, they don't include all of the multipliers that you might have. So it would have been better if they had just used a potency or something. The Pulsey says I had my hotbars reset a couple of times due to an error, so a better view of all my abilities and combos would be very handy for those classes I don't play much. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, exactly, Brontom. That was also kind of what I was getting at, is that when I opened Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time, I spent probably at least an hour pondering what class I should pick. And that pondering was done with a browser so that I could look up things to see what it would look like later, because level 1... Level 1 of a class doesn't really reflect what it does. Sometimes the signature thing of a class happens at level 3. And Sally says, there was one thing I wanted to ask. I remember being able to see like an actual damage formula for attacks, but I don't know if that was the game or an add-on because I was throwing them immediately. If you Google any spell or attack in World of Warcraft and go to the Wowhead page on it, you will likely see either that the thing does 0 damage, some obnoxiously absurd thing that doesn't look like a number, or it will show a damage formula. And that damage formula often can look quite absurd. There are times where they will have a ×2 and a ½ in the same multiplication. And you're sitting there like, take away the 2, take away the half, same thing. Why the what? And usually the reason, Sully, is that they add like they add the action, they add the spell or whatever. There's the damage formula. Next expansion, they decide, or maybe a next patch, they decide to buff it by 20%. How do they do that? Times 1.2. Next patch, they nerf it by 10%. How do you do that? Times 0.9. Next expansion, they double the damage of the attack for whatever reason. Times 2. And at some point, you might sit there and go, why don't you like simplify this equation a bit? But it kind of makes sense. And the most hilarious example of that I remember is that in Mists of Pandaria, Brewmasters were a little bit strong. So a patch at some point during Siege of Orgrimmar, they nerfed Brewmasters by 10%. Like just straight up nerfed their damage output across the board by 10%. How did they do that? You might be thinking, they reduced the damage multiplier on all of their... They added a 0.9 damage multiplier to all of their attacks one by one, right? No, of course they didn't. You switched to Brewmaster. At that time, you had two stances. You had Stance of the Fierce Tiger or something, and you had the Stance of the Sturdy Ox. It was kind of meaningless because you couldn't use most of your attacks when you were wearing the Tiger stance, so you just switched to the Ox. When you switched to the Ox, it didn't say that you did 10% less damage. It did various things, but it specifically didn't reduce your damage output. But when you switched to Stance of the Sturdy Ox, you would notice when you opened your character sheet, like this, you would see your various stats in World of Warcraft. They actually show your swing damage, like the range for your auto attacks. And that one would glow red and show you that you did only 90% damage. Because they had just put a 0.0, or they had put a 0.9 multiplier on the actual damage of the Brewmaster. And didn't hide it very well. And yeah, exactly, Nozareld. Ultimately, all of those damage formulas in World of Warcraft are probably just it's basically just Blizzard indirectly just showing you how the cake is made, right? And then you look at it and go, why? Whereas in Final Fantasy XIV, they just have potencies. And also that, Nozareld, the 0.8 times damage multiplier for tanks, I want you to understand, in case you haven't seen that recent Mythbuster isn't the first time I've mentioned it. It isn't the second time I've mentioned it in the video. I think it's the third or the fourth time I've mentioned it, if not fifth. And the thing is, every time I've mentioned it, almost every time, there will be someone going, do you have proof of that? Except, of course, in the video where I demonstrated it, where they said that I didn't do the demonstration well enough. I don't know what they're getting from this, from disputing my claim, unless they're not a tank main and they're mad that I'm suggesting that tanks are weak. But the reason why I bring it up like that is because people don't listen. I just want to clarify, just as a little cherry on top, right? Those of you that did watch my most recent Mythbuster video, I put a big blurb of text explaining how tenacity works and how determination works. Exactly because I knew someone would be like, hey, when you took gear off, your stats were different. And I explained how tenacity and determination works. Someone in the comments ignored that and said that tenacity increases healing received. I think at least 2 other players claimed that tenacity clearly increases healing done less quickly than it increases damage done. And one of them, their evidence was, well, I have this gear set where I've maximized my tenacity, but I have to drop some item levels because at the maximum item level I have available, not all of the pieces have tenacity on them, so slightly lower item level. And then I have another set where I'm not maximizing tenacity, which of course is slightly high item level. That set heals for more when I cast Clemency. Therefore, tenacity does either not increase healing done or increases it less than damage done. Or it increases it by so little that it doesn't matter. And I'm sitting there like, you do realize that having low item level decreases your strength stat, right? So when you see me put some rather obvious explanations in like big text blurbs, or I explain it in the voiceover, that's because there will be people that need me to say that. Sally says, I wonder what they'd say to the balance. I'm not a huge fan of them for incredibly personal reasons, but this one's pretty cut and dry, and they've documented this since Shadowbringers. Yeah, that's the thing. Is that a lot of the time, these kinds of arguments spring forth from someone going, well, I never noticed. Like, the funniest one that I've seen yet, and this one was a lot more polite, just to be clear, was someone going, cure bots, like people just spamming cure and never attacking, is that really a thing? I've never seen it. And I then explained to them that, yeah, they happen occasionally, like in dungeons and sometimes in raid groups. They might not realize the value in attacking, blah, 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 blah. And then they said, yeah, well, I see. In fairness, I main healer and I hardly ever see other healers as a result, so that might skew it a bit. And I'm sitting there like, a bit? Like, oh yeah, do other players do this thing? I never play with other players. Yes. But the key here is that they asked genuinely if it was a thing. And was surprised that it was. But then admitted that it sort of made sense that they didn't know. Because they didn't see other healers. As far as I know, Nozareld, I'm not 100% sure how it goes from healing action to the base stats themselves. Like, how exactly potency translates to the damage number for like dexterity or whatever. Like, I'm not 100% sure on that one because I never bothered to look too closely on it. I know that we have the formula so that we could calculate it exactly. But once you have that initial number, the good news are that all of the other things are just multiplied onto it. If you have 5% determination, then if you know that when you use, I don't know, steel fangs with this much dexterity, it does 10,000 damage, whatever. Then determination means you times that by 1.05, because that's 5% translates to a multiplier. You might have a tenacity stat, that doesn't matter because you're a Viper, but if Viper were a tank, you add that one on. And crit, well, that's only if you actually crit. And you add that one on, and there's direct hit. But like, once you have the base number, you just add everything else. That's also the reason why, whenever I do those kinds of demonstrations, if I can, I try to abstract out as many factors as possible. For example, I typically skip over crits and direct hits. Just talk about the base value. I might mention the crit if I have substantial amounts of them. So like, my data is like a lot of crits and a few hits, then I might mention the crit just for variance sake. But I usually use the base amount, and if I have the capacity, I of course need to make sure that determination and tenacity and things like that are identical between my tests, because then they don't matter when you're comparing. If all of your stats are the same. But the hard part is translating from potency to base damage or base healing amount. But you can also see that I didn't point to formulas in my Mythbuster. I straight up just went, you can see here that when I do an action, it does this. Promptum says, would be kind of cool if you could know which stat Clemency of Physics scales with. Well, based on the demonstration that I showed in my Mythbuster video, it would have to be either attack power or strength. Or vitality, technically. It could be vitality. Like, that is a possibility, that it is vitality that it scales with. But you might be able to test that. Might. If you put on, like, level 60 equipment, right? I'm not going to do the test. I'm going to explain the test. You put on full level 60 equipment, specifically. You put on strength accessories, not tank accessories, like melee DPS accessories. See how much Clemency heals for. Then you replace your accessories with aiming accessories that now have dexterity instead of strength. I'm pretty sure they'll have the same amount of vitality. If Clemency's healing is reduced, then it scales with strength. If it is not, then it scales with vitality. Probably. Bromdom says, I imagine all these arguments would end by saying this scales with strength in the tooltip. Yes. I think you could do it with level 50 as well, Nozerelt. It's just that the stat difference is smaller, and also Paladin, you don't have Clemency at 53. Sally says, Square, please just tell us how stuff works. I would say, on the one hand, it would be nice. On the other hand, have you seen how insanely janky the game has been demonstrated to be the more we've learned about it? The amount of the strength tooltip? Wow. Affects physical damage dealt by Gladiator's arms, Marauder's arms, Dark Knight's arms, Gunbreaker's arms, Pugilist's arms, Lancer's arms, Samurai's arms, Reaper's arms, Thaumaturge's arms, Arcanist's arms, Red Mage's arms, Pictomancer's arms, Conjurer's arms, Astrologian's arms, Sage's arms, and Blue Mage's arms. What? In that case, I have a very good question. Strength increases attack power. They could have just said that it increases attack power and then have had that whole spiel included in the attack power tooltip. But it says affects amount of damage dealt by physical attacks. The higher the value, the more damage dealt. I think I mentioned this in the Palace of the Dead stream, that Final Fantasy XIV has a lot of things that feel like it's a game that has progressed and a lot of things have just kind of been left as they are. And then they've just kind of built on it. One example being that, you know, mages in general don't gain enough strength when they level up to actually gain damage from strength on their auto attacks. But attack power is another egregious example. I want to clarify the reason why I made the demonstration in the Mythbuster that if you remove gear, Clemency's healing is also reduced, is because if you read this tooltip, then you would be convinced that Clemency is unaffected, because Clemency scales with this, surely, right? It says here that healing magic potency affects the amount of HP restored by a healing magic. Attack power affects the amount of damage dealt by physical attacks. The higher the value, the more damage dealt. Okay, so why is it that I can cast Holy Spirit and do 17,000 damage with 274 attack magic potency. But I lose like over 1,000 attack power. I don't lose attack magic potency. But now my Holy Spirit is only doing 10,000 damage. I'm pretty sure it isn't physical damage. It actually says right there that it's magic. Perrin says, I wonder if folks notice that attack power is just your main stat. In this case, it is. Attack power on Paladin is exactly equal to my main stat. I switched to Sage. Now, attack magic potency and healing magic potency is equal to my mind stat. And attack power is equal to my strength stat. I switched to Viper, and my attack power is equal to my dexterity stat. Attack magic potency is intelligence, and healing magic potency is mind. I switched to Pictomancer. Intelligence matches my attack magic potency, mind matches my healing magic potency, and strength matches my attack power. It's strange. The thing that makes this weird is that because these stats are equal to attributes, they feel, as Perrin says, a bit meaningless, but it doesn't help that some of these stats are not consistent either, because strength is also incorrect. It doesn't explain that it increases magic damage done by certain jobs. And the thing is, some of these things could have been fixed with a tooltip somewhere. At level 58, I'm just spitballing here, right? Actually, let me just check something real quick. I'm pretty sure this is physical damage and this is physical damage. Yep, this magical attack is physical damage, if anyone was wondering. At level 58, Paladin learns their first spell. Level 58, you learn the trait Chivalry. Restores MP when using Riot Blade or Spirits Within. Additionally, your healing magic potency is equal to your attack power. At level 64, where you learn Holy Spirit, halves MP cost for all spells while preventing casting interruptions via damage taken. Grants the following effects after successfully completing a combo with Royal Authority. Combo bonus, grants Divine Might effect, allows the next Holy Spirit or Holy Circle to be cast immediately with increased potency, duration 30 seconds. Additionally, your attack magic potency is now equal to your attack power. Done! No more questions! Now it would make sense. Now it would work. Emily says, I wasn't there back then, but this feels like a system that was much more relevant back in 1.0 or 2.0. Probably. In 2.0, these kinds of things made sense. A bit. Because if a Paladin took Cure 1 from their cross-class actions, it would probably scale with Mind. And healers use their Cleric stance to gain attack magic potency, so that their attack magic did good damage. And there were ways for Summoner to have, like, hypothetically, and I can't speak on the, like, value in doing so, but you had the capacity to gain extra strength as a Summoner if you decided to. Because you could use strength materia, or you could... I believe in A Realm Reborn specifically, you had the ability to, like, distribute attributes on level up. that was like character specific. You could like re-roll it at a cost, but you could choose to stack strength if you wanted to. So there was a time where these tooltips made sense. And also, yeah, hey Rythian, 420 spell speed. It's funny that they chose 420 as the base stat for a lot of properties now. And yes, exactly, Emily. Oh, really? And I said Rythian. But yes, exactly, Emily. These kinds of systems, like for example, being able to choose what stats you wanted as you leveled up, gave you two things. One, you could choose wrong. And two, you couldn't choose right for multiple jobs at once. At least not multiple roles at once. While you could level Summoner and Scholar simultaneously, you could only optimize your stats for one of them. It's the same thing with the cross-class action stuff. You could choose a certain number of cross-class actions, but there was a correct choice. And while there were utility options, again, most of them, there was a correct choice at a given time. So yeah, while Final Fantasy XIV used to have a lot more flexibility and choice, there wasn't a choice most of the time. There was the best way to do it, and the reason why you had this flexibility, right? The reason why this flexibility existed was because the further back you go, the more likely it is that people just didn't know. Like, if people didn't know, then it's a lot harder to, like, fault someone for not being optimal. Like, in a weird way, the boom in popularity of Final Fantasy XIV is partly to blame for this. Because the more players there are interested in optimizing, the faster it goes. Like, let's not forget that before Dawntrail had actually released, we already had optimized openers. People had already figured it out, just based on the tooltips. I can't imagine that it went that fast when Heavensward was released. Both because they might not have had, media tour and showing all that beforehand. They might have just dropped the expansion and said enjoy. I don't actually know. But this kind of stuff... Oh, another lag spike. And we're back. Because there were less players to optimize all this, it took a lot longer to optimize this. And back in A Realm Reborn, and I would say even Heavensward, there were more options, which means that there were more opportunity to choose wrong. And that's also true, Perrin. That also has an impact. Is the opener just the Endwalker opener with an ability, an additional ability? A lot of the time, yes. Oh wow, it's getting real bad right now. That's annoying. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I've been told that my sound goes through just fine, even when we have a lag spike. Still annoying. But what I meant there, Cat, was actually that both Pictomancer and Viper we had already figured out before they launched. Wow, it's really bad now. YouTube, you good? You alright? When I say YouTube, you're good, is that I'm pretty sure that it's probably not my connection. Given that I have no latency in game whatsoever. None. So I think it's YouTube stalling. Not taking my frames. And in just these yeah, right now it is so bad that YouTube is complaining that they're not getting enough data. That is pretty ironic. Mega drops right now. That's insane. Let me test something. I could imagine that doing a speed test while streaming might not help, but let's do that just to see if it is actually me. What? I actually lost connection completely for a moment. So my speed test showed me that my upload is like half of what it's supposed to be. But that's still way more than should be necessary. Like, it shouldn't be that. And also, we back? We good? So basically, just to be clear, For like 2 or 3 minutes, my stream basically just completely crashed on frames. Like, completely. Yeah, I know, Fash Day. I know. That is also why I said, just before this, I said, I don't think it's a good idea, but let me just check. And my speed test is strange results. That might be because I'm using it. But still, it's showing half of what it should be. But yeah, for 3 minutes, just clarifying, for 3 minutes, my stream basically completely died. Like, just barely holding on the connection. Then my connection completely cut again only to YouTube. Then the connection came back, had a bit more frame drops, and now it's good. Yeah, I will note that. That is strange. I'm also just wondering what happened, since now it's stable again. It's perfectly fine. What were we talking about before this? Right. Well, I mean, whatever it is, Podstilka. Whatever it is, there might be good reason to, like, call my ISP tomorrow and go, listen, I don't know what it is. What do you think? Because, as I said, I just want to be clear. And you could maybe you could see it was lagging quite crazy, right? But while my connection was basically dying slowly, or actually really quickly, nothing in game. So it was specifically my connection to YouTube through OBS and nothing else. But it's still worth a shot to ask. Maybe the ISP knows what happened. Or they have an idea. But yeah, exactly. That is why my hypothesis is it YouTube doing something weird? Where the illusion of choice in games. But yeah, with openers being figured out that quickly, on the one hand, the new jobs, people figured them out by, like, guessing. And you could also argue that Viper didn't have that much choice. There wasn't that much creativity to build, and it's not like Pixelmancer didn't basically come packaged with this is your burst. Like, it's pretty obvious. But for the other jobs, for the most part, they didn't get anything significant that drastically changed their rotation, right? But Black Mages did. And that took a while longer, I think, to figure out. A little bit longer. And they also went back and forth. Either is the receiving end of the network or the port and IP mask that the data is being sent through? Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know. Maybe even got a bit of its kit removed from 0.0 to 0.101. You know what's even funny about that, Nozril? Do you know how much the rotation changed as a result of that change? How much the opener changed? Nothing. 0. Hyrule says, random question, how did you come up with your name? Chaiji was the name of my Pandaren brewmaster in World of Warcraft. I'm pretty sure I came up with it myself. However, it was my second character in Mr. Pandaria being leveled, so there's a very, very, very high chance that I got partly inspired by the fact that there is an important character in that story named Chaiji. Caetsu, on the other hand, was the name of a random character I made that was a druid that I intended to play primarily as a feral druid. So the joke is that it almost sounds like you're saying cat, right? Caetsu. And then Final Fantasy XIV required 2 names. Bam, bam. There you go. But yeah, to kind of put a bow on the illusion of choice in games, is that the less players that are actually interested in optimizing a game, in a strange way, the less likely it is a problem that you're not optimal. The more likely you can get away with playing in a suboptimal way. Because no one knows anyway. And the less multiplayer focus it is, the less it matters. Like, the reason why MMOs care that much is because you being bad directly impacts other players' experience sometimes. Yu-Gi-Oh! Feels like an odd case of both happening at once. Freedom to choose, but also optimization. Yeah, the thing there is that in a PvP game like that, less popular decks have a tendency to win due to the unknown factor. Anyway, that is like an hour of talk and 3 hours of farm. So I think that is a decent time to round up the stream now that, I was actually thinking if it wasn't going to fix itself, my concern was, well, we might as well end the stream, but how do I actually end the stream if I'm lagging so much that you can't hear me say goodbye? But, with that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, minus the massive lag spike, unless of course you enjoyed that too, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link there where you will find the weekly schedule so you can see what else is coming up on the channel in the coming days. For example, tomorrow we have a video comparing the range jobs against each other, specifically each other, to see who's strong and who's bad, who's in the different aspects relative to each other. You will also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they put them out. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder roll and then you'll get a link. You'll get a notification when I do post a video or a stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you'd rather use something else, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all supports me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing things like this for all of you. So thank you so much for the support. And yeah, we got 7 mounts in total. And I got the first one on the first clear. So that was nice. Anyway, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!